Good morning, everyone. Give me a wave in the room, the video conference room. Welcome to the UBC Learning Circle. This is an exciting field trip for us at the UBC Learning Circle. We are down at the UBC campus in Musqueam territory. I want to make sure I recognize the traditional territory of the Musqueam. Today we are joined by Gerry Kasten and his sous chef, Jessie. I will let Gerry introduce Jessie. Gerry Kasten has worked with food for all his life. He was born to a farming family and still helps his brother bring in the harvest each year. He has received an honors diploma in commercial cooking and bachelor's and master's degree in nutrition. He has worked in public health in British Columbia for the past 22 years, and he is also a sessional instructor in UBC's dietetics program. He is currently the co-chair of Health Canada's Infant Feeding Expert Advisory Group. He wants to live in a world where people celebrate food, sharing it with those they love, taking its pleasure without restraint, because its flavor saturates their most sensuous appetite. So this is our second in a series of health and nutrition with the First Nations Health Authority, which is really exciting because, as we know, First Nations Inuit Health, Health Canada is no longer, it's all First Nations Health Authority. So welcome, Gerry, and we look forward to today's session, and I will be right over here. So anybody joining us on Adobe Connect, welcome. We have 62 participants signed up on Adobe Connect, and we have 10 video conference units that may be joining us over time. So Gerry, just one tip: if somebody happens to join us in one of the rooms and you can hear them, they mistakenly have their the mics. Yes, they need to mute. So any questions that you have in Adobe Connect, I will be sitting over here, and I will relay the questions to the presenters. So exciting to be here, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Well, we are excited to be here. We're going to do a bit of an introduction and just cover some preliminary information, and then we're going to get right to the cooking. So you can just let Crystal know if you can't hear us. We'd like to say that Chehalis has a really lovely carpet because we have a really good view of that right now. It's central on our screen. I asked Jessie to come and help out today. Jessie is, I think, the first dietetic students of First Nations ancestry.
Might be the second, actually.
Might be the second?
Yeah, well, no, I am the second.
Okay, and where are you from?
I'm from Haida Gwaii, and I'm half Haida and half Hilsic.
Fantastic. And so we're just going to cook up a whirl today. So, next slide. I can't see the slides, Crystal. There we go. Next slide. So how come I get to be the smart one in front, right? Crystal already told you a lot of this. I'm a registered dietitian, and I have worked in community nutrition for a number of years now in Fraser Health, in Skeena Health, in Vancouver Coastal Health, and now with the First Nations Health Authority. I also work as a primary care dietitian at Spectrum Health, which is a multidisciplinary primary care practice in downtown Vancouver, and also at the Catherine White Holman Wellness Center, which is a low barrier primary care clinic for people of all gender identities. I also, as I mentioned, am a former farmhand and current, actually. I just got back from helping my brother harvest last week. So that was fun. Combine broke for a while.
Oh, no.
There was much ill-mannered language. I also worked as a chef during the whole time I went to university. So I have an honors diploma in commercial cooking from the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, and a few years back I got a master's from UBC. So lots of education and a little bit of practical skill too. Next slide, please. So what I like to touch base with people about is when we talk about healthy eating, it's really important to look at healthy eating in the greater context of the world we live in. Next slide, please. So BC has the highest rate of child poverty in Canada for 6 years running. 96,150 people used the food bank last year, and over 29,000 were children. So that's a 7% increase over 2011. Next slide. And so this slide, tiny as it is the whole cost of eating for a number of different scenarios. For people's single parent families who are living with a couple children, families who are living on minimum wage, families who are living at the median income. And so what it shows is how much money they have left at the end of the month if they buy nutritious food based on Health Canada's nutritious food basket. And what we see is that people who are living on social assistance have, and I don't remember the number off the top of my head, I think it's minus $137 left at the end of the month, right? And that's just food and rent and not toilet paper. So we need to, so next slide, please. What we need to remember is that the social determinants of health are a much better predictor of people's lifelong health risk. That you can see that personal health practices are actually 7th on the list of things that make you healthy. And things like income and social status are first, right? People's social support networks and their social connectedness, their education and literacy, their employment and working conditions. In fact, all the things that go together to make up income. One of the things we need to most clearly remember is that we can better predict someone's long-term health status from their postal code over something like their body weight or their cholesterol level. So we know more about their future health risks from their postal code. And it isn't just me saying this, next slide, it's also the Public Health Agency of Canada and the World Health Organization. And next slide, that's why I'm so excited about the First Nations model for wellness, because it has human beings at the center, but all of the things that go into wellness are depicted in the model. Things like the economic status and social connectedness as depicted by the circle of people. So that's one of the reasons that I'm so excited about working with the First Nations Health Authority, is that we're working within this model to deliver our services. And so I'll just move off my soapbox now and we'll turn, next slide, to some really good, basic, sound nutrition practices. Moving ahead. So one of the key things that I always encourage people to do is to eat together. Because people who eat together, they eat much more nutritious food, more fruits and vegetables, lower fat foods. They choose fewer fried foods and soft drinks when they're away from the home. And they're more likely to meet the recommended daily nutrient intakes. So eating together makes a dramatic thing. It's not just families eating together. This is also based on studies done of congregate meal programs, where they're picking seniors up all over the community and bringing them together, and the seniors are all eating together. So it's not just families, it's everyone. So eating together makes an enormous difference to how healthy you'll be. Next slide. Thinking about what you're going to eat. Right? We all eat. After 22 years of practice, what I've learned is we all eat the same thing for breakfast every day. And people eat 2 things for lunch. They eat leftovers or sandwiches. So all we really need to plan is write down 7 things you know how to cook. And then next to them write Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And you have a menu plan.
Yeah.
Right? So whatever you know how to cook. Maybe it's spaghetti and meatballs. Maybe it's your favorite stir fry. Maybe it's Aunt Marge's pork chops in cream of mushroom soup. Whatever you know how to cook, writing those things down and using them to make a menu plan can make a dramatic difference. And then people who make a menu plan, not surprisingly, are more likely to shop and to have foods, because having food in the house is one of the things that most improves nutrition, because it's not like, oh, what am I going to eat tonight? Oh. So next slide, please. I already need my flask. Sound nutrition practices. Making a list when you go grocery shopping. The good news is that almost everybody does make a list when they go grocery shopping. The bad news is they buy quite a bit more than what's actually on their list. So everyone here in the room is actually nodding. And so make a list, stick to the list, and that will, again, improve your list. I know this is all kind of home ec 101, but these are the things that I really see making a difference as people try to eat healthier food. Next slide. This is a website. And what the website is the Better Together BC website. So it's bettertogetherbc.ca. And this is a fantastic resource because it's got ideas for menu planning. It's got blank grocery lists. It's got cooking, and both cooking videos where they have their cook-off contest, where they have 2 generations working together in the kitchen, which, let me tell you, is some amusing. It'll be like you and me today. 2 generations of dietitians. I'm sure that will be equally amusing.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So this is a really great website to help you eat healthy food. bettertogetherbc.ca. Next slide, please. There we go. Eating breakfast is a sound nutrition practice. Again, the good news is that roughly 74% of people do eat breakfast, right? The thing that I've found in practice is that I get people and they say, oh, I don't eat breakfast because, I hate cereal and I hate eggs. And it's like, so the big news is you don't have to eat breakfast foods for breakfast. You can have whatever you like. If you want to eat cold pizza or roast beef and mashed potatoes or sandwiches,
yay.
All of those things are good breakfast foods. So the important thing is to eat in the morning, because that will set you to a good start for your day. Next slide, please. And so how do you choose foods? And the answer is the next slide. Is Canada's Food Guide. So we have the Standard Food Guide and the Food Guide for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, which I actually think is kind of cool because the outside ring is traditional foods and the inside ring is store foods. So it's kind of interesting. The big challenge with the First Nations Food Guide is that there's 300 First Nations, and everybody eats different stuff.
Yeah.
And so people say, well, I don't see myself reflected on here. And it's like, well, sorry, guys. They made a really valiant effort to include as many foods as they possibly could, but there's going to be folks who don't necessarily see, or they'll look at it and they're like, I don't eat seal. I'm from Alberta. So it's really interesting working with Canada's Food Guide for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Moving on. And so we come to the guidance of the food guide. So the number one most important food guide guidance is this message that people need to enjoy a variety of foods from each food group every day. Study after study after study shows that when people eat from all 4 food groups and they eat lots of different foods within each food group, that they meet their nutrient requirements. If you have to do that, there's this nightmare assignment that we used to have to do where you had to track everything you ate for 3 days, and then you had to compare it to Canada's Food Guide. And guess what? The people who actually meet the recommendations of the food guide, when they do a nutrient analysis on their food, they're meeting all the recommended daily intakes. What a surprise. It's a miracle. And so you can do that onerous experiment all on your own if you like.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's an excellent thing just actually writing down what you eat.
Yeah, just being aware. It really shows.
Yeah. they did another study where they got everybody to write down what they ate for a week, and then the next week they fed them exactly that, and everybody lost weight. Next slide, please. Where are we here? Oh yes, choose lower fat foods more often. So the food guide has a number of advice topics where they tell people to choose lower fat foods. And so I think this is excellent advice because we get a lot of food that has a lot of fat incorporated into it. But another thing, and emerging research, particularly from Harvard University, is showing us that the naturally occurring fats may not be as problematic as we once thought. That when they look at diets of populations where people eat a lot of meat, they don't find higher rates of heart disease in those populations. But what they do find is where people eliminate fat or reduce their overall fat intake and they substitute in high glycemic index carbohydrates, in other words, sugary foods, then heart disease risk and overall death rates rise. And sadly, that's what's happened in North American society, is that we have reduced our overall fat intake, but we've made up those calories using sugary foods. And so anything we can do to reduce the sugary foods we consume will make a dramatic difference. So I don't think we need to be as critical of eating naturally occurring fats. And so we'll talk about a lot of those today. And in fact, we're going to start right now.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make a vinaigrette. And so I'm just going to grab a bowl. You'll find we go on and off camera a lot because I really didn't remember all the bowls we need. I should just bring a giant stack of bowls over. So what you need to make a vinaigrette is really quite simple. Is you need some oil, and you need some vinegar, and you need a little salt, a little pepper, and a little bit of sugar, just a pinch of sugar, right? Just to take the edge off that vinegar. So what I brought today is I brought one giant jug of olive oil. Now, I'm so fortunate because I live near Commercial Drive in Vancouver, and olive oil is cheap, cheap, cheap. This giant jug cost $18. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add twice as much oil as vinegar. So we'll just start and we'll add some oil. There we go. Some oil. Important to measure carefully.
Yes, eyeball it.
And so, Jess,
Yes, Jerry.
what kind of vinegar do you think we should use?
I'm really excited about your blueberry vinegar.
Blueberry vinegar, because we have blueberry and we have some balsamic vinegar, we have some apple cider vinegar, we have some balsamic glaze. But we'll go with the blueberry, because I made this, it's very, very difficult.
How did you make it, Jerry?
What I did was I took blueberries and I boiled them in vinegar and then I strained it into a bottle. It's very complex.
Fresh or frozen?
Pardon me?
Fresh or frozen?
I used frozen because when I made it a while back, it was like the middle of winter.
Oh.
So I'm going to add roughly half as much vinegar. There we go. Again, important to measure carefully. And then we have some salt. So I have some Cipto table salt here. So we'll just add about a teaspoonful of salt. If you guys ever are wondering what we're doing, you can watch these monitors, because these monitors will show you everything. I think that the Adobe Connect people can't see the monitors.
Unless we went up.
Or maybe you can pull back. I don't know. Anyways, here's about a teaspoon of salt. And then I brought some pepper. So you know this pepper grinder?
I love the pepper grinder.
Yeah?
And the
You know where I got
rainbow
it?
peppers.
I bought some cheap crap spice that came in this grinder. And it's the best grinder ever.
Nice.
It's absolutely indestructible. It grinds really, really coarse. And like you said, I just filled it up with rainbow pepper, right? And this bottle is actually really old. I just go to the store and I take some out of the black bin and some out of the green bin and some out of the red bin, some out of the white bin.
Yeah.
And then I usually actually add some smashed up chipotle peppers and stuff like that.
We have a question.
A question.
Yes, getting back to the vinegar, what kind of vinegar did he boil the blueberries in?
I think I just use white vinegar, but you could also use like apple cider vinegar,
Oh, that'd be good.
right? Or you could even use balsamic vinegar. I guess the answer is it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And let's see, this beautiful sugar container, which I got at the store, is very, very pricey. It cost, as you can see, $299. And so I'm going to put in a pinch of sugar. Okay. And then we'll just whisk this together. And that's it. That's vinaigrette. No, we should do, Catherine, just behind you in the cupboard. Nope, that one. There's a whole slew of spoons. Could you bring us some spoons that we can use for tasting?
So if anybody on video conference has a question for Gerry, if you could just grab our attention. And I just want to mention, just because we're down here at the university, we're not able to connect to PowerPoint. We've just had a bit of technical difficulty. But the PowerPoint presentation, which we'll forward to all the participants, will have all these recipes in it, okay? I just wanted to mention that, and just so Gerry's aware that they're not able to see your PowerPoint, but we'll get them the PowerPoint. I emailed it to these guys. Okay.
How is it?
That's so good. That's really nice.
So I'm using the 2-spoon method because Jess has to ditch her spoon now, so that she won't dip it into something else. But I'm using the 2-spoon. You pick up with one, put it in the other, and put that one in your mouth.
Nice.
Mmm.
That's
And look,
really good.
my apron has a special spoon place. I have a professional apron. Okay, we gotta keep moving.
Okay.
So, that's how hard it is to make salad dressing.
And I've never made it, but maybe now I will.
Okay, where are we at? That's the vinaigrette. So, we're done that one. We can move on. And we're going to talk more about vegetables and fruit. And we have lots and lots of things to make here. So, next slide, please. Now we're going to make some pumpkin pie. So what you'll see is that the food guide has advice that people should be choosing dark green and orange vegetables and orange fruits more often. And that's basically because we want to choose lots of different colors, and particularly dark, rich colors. Why is that, Jeff?
They contain antioxidants.
Good answer. And that is exactly why. And the darker and deeper the color is, the more antioxidants they contain. And so I like to make pumpkin pie for a couple reasons. One is that people say, oh, my kid won't eat vegetables. And so I say, well, have you ever fed them pumpkin pie? They're like, no, because pumpkin pie really doesn't have that much sugar in it. And it's really quite easy to make. So I'm just going to grab a couple of eggs out of the fridge. So we're going to start by cracking 2 eggs into a bowl. 1 egg. 2 eggs. And I'm just going to very quickly whisk those eggs together. Just till they get foamy. There we go. We'll just leave that in there. Now I'm going to add 1 can o' pumpkin. Now, certainly, you could also use fresh pumpkin, like, say, just after Halloween. Although, you know, somebody gave me a pumpkin after Halloween a couple years ago, and it was crap. It's like they grow pumpkins for bigness, not for tastiness. So it was like, I don't recommend cooking your Halloween pumpkin because it really doesn't turn out very good. So 1 can of pumpkin, 1 can of evaporated milk. We got some brown sugar here. We need roughly 3/4 of a cup. Here we go. This is why I like knives for opening things.
Yeah.
It's like, why wait? And we need 3/4 of a cup. So I'm going to have 1 tight fistful, 2 tight fistfuls, 3 tight fistfuls. And, oh, they can't see. There's too much foliage. Perfect. So now you have a choice. You can use some cinnamon and ginger and nutmeg and cloves, some of each, or you can be really, like, quick and buy some pumpkin pie spice, which has all of those blended together, right? So it's like a teaspoon of cinnamon, a teaspoon of ginger, half a teaspoon of nutmeg, and a 1/4 teaspoon of cloves, right? Or you can just get pumpkin pie spice and add like 3 teaspoons of it. 1, 2. Remember, measuring is very important.
Yeah.
3. And just a pinch of salt. So I'll just put a pinch of salt in left shoulder. And here, do you want to make it?
Sure. That sounds so delicious.
And that's how hard it is to make pumpkin pie. Now, you could use pre-made pie crust. We're just going to put it in this pie plate, and then we're going to put it in the oven and bake it. And that's actually what I recommend. The thing is this works out to about a tablespoon of sugar per serving.
Really
Depends how many you cut it into, really. Did you hear about the foolish fellow? No. Foolish fellow, he went to buy a pie, and they say, oh, do you want that cut in 6 pieces or 8? He said, oh, cut it in 6, I could never eat 8. And that foolish fellow's name was Jerry. Okay, I'll just take this delicious pie that Jess made and put it in the, oh, thank you, something else. Oh, a stone cold oven. That's not good. What is the matter here? There we go. Okay, that's pumpkin pie. Next, we're going to make some oven-baked fries.
Ooh, yay.
So, we have all these potatoes. So, Jess and I are going to race. I gave her a head start. She has 3 potatoes and I have 5. And we have to cut up all of our potatoes. We're just going to cut these into French fries, right? So, nice big thick French fries. So what I like to do is cut them, stack the 3.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then you can do the 1, right? Cut it in 4. Stack the 3. And cut the 1. We were getting ready and Jess says, well, I'm not very fast at cutting potatoes. And I said,
Oh,
well,
is that how you do it? I'm not good at it. And Gerry is amazing.
Cut the one, put it to the side, flip it over.
Right, because when you take the one
It
and
makes
put
it
it to
flat.
the side, it makes it flat on the bottom. And then you just cut down 2 or 3, depending on your potato.
I was telling my sister that I was going to be helping you, and she's like, "Oh, that's awesome. I'll actually get to see you cook." She's the cook in the family, and I don't really do anything. I sit and watch her cook.
I'm much like Gerry. I'm the one that will get the 5 potatoes. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
I don't know, they sold these to me. You kids have color TV at home? They sold these to me as yellow potatoes. I don't know. So all you need to do here is just take, again, a bit of whatever oil you like. I'm going to use olive. And just put, I don't know, about a couple tablespoons of oil in. You really don't need very much oil. And then you toss. Clearly a slightly larger bowl would have been better.
Gerry, could you do this with sweet potatoes?
You can do it with sweet potatoes. I'm not totally happy with the outcomes.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, I find that these potatoes get beautifully nice and crisp.
Oh, okay.
Right? Sweet potatoes end up being like baked sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
And they don't have that crispness that people really want from sweet potato fries. So it will work with sweet potatoes, but they won't be as crisp.
Okay.
Whereas these oven fried regular potatoes do come out just like fries. Okay. So you just toss them until they're well coated with oil. Right? So now that they're well coated with oil, we can just dump them on there and flatten them out so that they're about like 1 fry thick. And you fire those into an oven at 450 degrees.
Everyone's hungry.
Yeah.
Catherine said, "Oh yeah, they can hear you." I don't have to repeat stuff. It's not like I'm mic'd and no one else is.
How long, Gerry?
So what we're going to do is we're going to bake those for about 30 minutes.
Okay.
But we're going to start checking at about 20 minutes. Because they're done with their term. We want to give them a bit of a stir at 20 minutes. Because a lot of times what will happen is the bottom of them will get nicely crisp, but the top won't quite be as crisp. So if we give them a stir, then that fixes them right up. Okay, next thing we're going to do is a kale stir fry. So, like all stir fries, we need to start with a great big wok. And we're just going to put some oil in that and set it heating so that it gets nice and hot. So I like to put the oil in and kind of spread it around a bit first. Well, it's cold.
Good idea.
And now we'll flip the heat on. These things are like a little loose on the old lighter. So we have a backup lighter. Now, what have I done with things? Here's my big bowl of chopped up kale. So I have a couple leaves left to demo. There's all my chopped up kale. The great thing about leaves, a student showed me this. It's like I've been cooking for all these years, and a student said, "Well, why do you use a knife to take that off? You just go like this." It's like, oh, you're right. That's all you need to do. And then you just take that and line it up and just quickly chop it. You don't have to worry about chopping it super fine. Just chop it up. Now the recipe says 4 cups. If you took this and smashed it all down into a measuring cup, it would actually be 4 cups. But I like to leave it all loose so that it has some lift while it's stir frying. The other thing that I've pre-chopped is a couple of leeks, right? So you know what leeks, they're just giant green onions. If you can't get leeks where you're at, a really simple substitute is just to chop up a regular onion and then chop a green onion, like 2 or 3 green onions, and mix those in, and you get a very leek-like flavor. And so, I think I brought, yes, I do, a stir-frying thing, or I can use the wooden one. And our oil is like smoking hot now. And so all we're going to do is fire that in. So you'll find that it won't all fit, but just watch this. It gets littler fast.
Yeah.
When did you learn about kale, Jess?
Probably first in your class.
Oh, really?
I don't think I ever tried it before.
Oh.
But I eat it regularly now, mostly in salads. I don't really cook with it.
Yeah. It's really super dead easy to grow. You basically buy some kale seeds and take them outside and throw them on the ground. And wait. Right? But you can do that in the summer or in the winter. There you can see it's already getting a lot smaller. I'm just going to add the rest of that in. Yeah, you can do it in the summer or winter. You see, I'm a summer baby.
You grow your own kale?
Yeah.
Did you grow this kale?
No.
Oh.
This is organic local kale that I get. Again, I shop on the drive, and there are several greengrocers, and a lot of them really focus on getting local produce in. There's one fellow, Ming, and I think his mother has a giant, vegetable garden, because he brings in a lot of chard and kale and stuff, and I think he gets it from his mom. It's very sweet. What was I going to say about kale? Oh, that, as you might imagine, it's very, very nutritious.
Yes, it is. I actually don't like the taste so much, but I kind of eat it more because it is so nutritious.
Oh. Well, that's a real selling point, Jess.
Yeah.
I bet people can't wait to try it now.
It's going to be delicious, though, once we're done.
This is, I'm really pleased with this dish, in part because I invented it. And I even made it into a cookbook.
Yay.
Not just a cookbook that I use to teach. It's in the Dietitians of Canada cookbook. I invented it because I was really, really frustrated because I would talk to people about vegan sources of calcium for people who don't drink milk. And they would be like, oh, well, you can just eat kale. And I'd say, well, that's great. How do you cook your kale? And they'd be like, and so one day, their frustration, invented a kale recipe. Oh, somebody's clattering. Do you have a question? Where is it? Penelope?
Penelope. Not sure if they have a question.
Okay. I'm just going to stir in, so you can see again, it's really reduced. I'm going to stir in the leeks. So nice cooking with gas.
I love it, Sarah.
Yes, it's just a pleasure. This is almost ready. So you may have noticed that thus far the dishes we've made Haven't taken very long.
No, they've been very quick. Very easy.
So what I'm going to do now is, when I was inventing this recipe, I thought, okay, so kale's a good source of calcium. What else can I add? Like, I can't add cheese, even though that'd be yummy and everything, but if it's a vegan dish, we can't have cheese. So I'll add some tahini, right? Because tahini is a great source of calcium.
Yeah, I remember this dish now. I loved it. Yeah.
What's tahini made of?
Chickpeas?
Sesame seeds.
Oh, sesame seeds.
It goes with chickpeas.
Right.
So again, you can see I'm carefully measuring out about a 1/4 cup of tahini. And you see, I like to buy the Lebanese tahini, although this one's probably, where is it from?
Where do you find
East
that?
Mediterranean, Costa Foods. Oh, it is! Product of Lebanon.
It's legit.
I like to buy it because it's always really nice and runny. The other thing I like to put in is some hot sauce, just to make it super tasty. I use sriracha. You can see this is my bottle of sriracha from home, so it's really, really well utilized. So just a little spray of sriracha. And the last thing I'm going to splash in is just a little bit of soy sauce. Now people are like, oh, soy sauce, that's so high in sodium, right? But what we need to remember, oh look, it's brand new.
Nice.
What we need to remember is that soy sauce, if you use it in an equal amount to salt, has 2/3 less sodium. This has about 1/3 teaspoon salt per teaspoon of soy sauce, whereas a teaspoon of salt is all salt. So if we use equal amounts, then we can cut our sodium quite dramatically by using things like soy sauce and miso. So I'll add 1 teaspoon. It's important to measure.
Yes.
So just splash that 1 teaspoon in. Buy this at Fujiya.
Oh, okay.
Fujiya is a Japanese grocery store in East Vancouver.
What about the other ingredients, like the tahini and the...
Tahini, I find you can buy pretty much everywhere now.
Oh, okay.
Like some places, they'll have it from, who is it, the Nut King in Richmond?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so they have both roasted sesame tahini and raw sesame tahini. So you can just decide which one you want to get. The Lebanese stuff, Superstore has it. All of the Weston groups, so Loblaws and Super Value and
Oh, okay.
all of those. But even Safeway has it.
Yeah,
So
anywhere.
pretty much anywhere. And so that's done. See, we have a nice stir fry. Turn that off. I'm just going to run around you, and we're going to get a plate and plate it up. Look at that. What a lovely plate. Did you want to have a taste, Jess?
I do.
Well,
It
here.
smells so good. Thank you. Probably very hot stuff.
Probably is very hot.
Oh, the 2-spoon method.
It tastes tahini-y. Maybe I should have gotten a slightly bigger plate.
Did you see that?
What? Oh, you were going to snag some?
I know. I was seeing who
Little
was
hand
watching.
coming in from the
I was
side.
seeing who was watching up there with a big old smile on my face.
There we go. See, this is why cooks wear these. Take the clean corner and just run it around the outside. And there you go. Ta-da! Clean this up off the
Lovely.
counter. Now, what should we do with all our food? We'll
eat it
just set it
later.
there for now. We'll eat it later. In the meantime, I'm not sure. Okay.
So if we disappear, you'll know.
Okay. Next, we're going to make some broiled fruit. Let's put it all up here. That'll work. Some dressing. So the great thing about broiled fruit, I'm just going to rinse my knife. The great thing about broiled fruit is, once again, it's really easy. I have some nectarines and some apples, and we have some bananas, and I also got a mango and some cantaloupe. So all you do is just cut it up into great big chunks. You don't have to peel it, right? Oops. So some apples, and I have a mixture of sweet apples, the ambrosia apples.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, and then I also got some pink lady, which I love just for that name.
Yeah.
Pink lady. And we got some banana. Okay, I'll go after a nectarine. Ooh, this is a really ripe nectarine because the stone just broke. And what you'll see from the recipe is that stone fruit work really, really well. So things like peaches, pears, plums. So, oops, put some nectarines in. Wow, these are super ripe. But also slippery. So all we're doing is cubing those up. I also bought this cantaloupe because it was in the marked down for quick sale section. Because you can see, maybe you can't see at home, but ask Jess, when you look at this, what do you see?
It's pretty beaten up.
It's pretty beaten up. It's seen some better days. And that's great for broiled fruit, because you know that it's nice and ripe, and we can cut the bruises out. So we'll just peel it. When I was working at the Besborough Hotel in Saskatoon, in the summer of '86, I had to make a giant plate, giant like 4x4 mirror covered with fruit every morning. And so I got really fast at cutting up fruit because it gets tired fast. There we go. And the other thing we have is a mango. And so these days, folks are pretty familiar with mangoes. You just cut down one side of the big stone inside, and then the other side of the big stone inside. And you get these two not quite halves. And then you cut down through them, not quite through the skin. Kids, ask mom for help. And you just flip it inside out, and you can just peel those off. You can just peel them off the skin. I have a friend who doesn't like mangoes.
That's weird.
I know it's weird. He says, they taste like pears dipped in gasoline. It's like, okay. Don't like them then. I do like mangoes.
I love mangoes.
They're really, really tasty. There we go. nectarine in. Oh no, we have. What else do we have? I know it's around here somewhere. What did we do with it?
What is it? Oh, the canned peaches.
Right, because you can use canned fruit. Right? We can just dump that canned fruit in. We got some peach halves. You could use peach slices or whatever. So what I'm going to do here now is just take a little bit of sesame oil, right? Because it's toasty nutty, right? And you don't need much because it's quite a strong flavor. So maybe about a teaspoon or so of that. And then also maybe a tablespoonful of brown sugar. And toss. So once again, we're just coating that fruit with some oil. And just a little bit of sugar. And Jess, more tests. What happens when you have fat and sugar?
I'm not sure. Caramelization. I was thinking that.
And you know what? I forgot to get a second baking sheet.
Oh, okay.
Fortuitously, I know where what is. There we go.
Okay.
Put away. That on there. Add to my stack of dirt bowls. So now all we're going to do is we're going to set this on broil. No, we need to broil high. And we're going to pop this under the broiler. Or not. I'll just get another baking sheet.
I guess we didn't plan very well for something.
I'm a professional.
So Jerry, while you're doing that, there's been a conversation here on Adobe Connect
Yes.
about something called Bragg's. The person is saying that they substitute it for soy sauce.
And what's it called?
Bragg's.
Oh, Bragg's.
Bragg's.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's quite similar to soy sauce. It's also very tasty. And the same thing. If it's used measure for measure as a sub for salt, it can really improve your nutrition. But only measure for measure, right? It's kind of like that light mayonnaise. Oh, it's light, I can use twice as much. Right? So it's really important if you're going to substitute miso or Bragg's or soy sauce, they use measure for measure what the recipe says for salt. So all you do, I'm just going to move that rack up.
Yeah, somebody just made a comment. I never would have thought of other uses for sesame oil other than for stir-fry vegetables.
Okay, now we'll pop this under the broiler. And we'll set the timer for 5 minutes. Oh, 5. Oh, enter. There we go. These newfangled stoves. Okay, so now we can move along to the grains section, I think. What's our next slide? Nope, now you're going backwards.
Roasted winter veg.
Roasted winter veg. We should do that.
Oh, I might just go check on those fries quite quickly.
Okay.
It's been 20 minutes.
So roasted winter vegetables, you can just use things like rutabagas, one of my personal favorites, right? Or as some people call them, Swedes, or as some people call them, turnips. So lots of different choices. I bought a sweet onion, right? And we get those fairly locally from the state of Washington in Walla Walla. Walla Walla, Washington produces delicious sweet onions. And then I also have some red peppers, and I have, see, on Commercial Drive, we can get these super carrots. They're gigantic. And also we have some Brussels sprouts. So yes, clearly I sadly underestimated my need for bowls. And again, we're just going to cut things in nice big chunks.
Gerry,
Yep,
can you move the bowl over slightly?
sure.
Thank you.
There we go. Do you want to cut the... Oh, how are those doing, Jeff?
They're doing pretty good.
Are they looking crispy?
Not quite yet, but they're
Not
getting
quite.
there.
Excellent. So now we got some Brussels sprouts and some carrots. You can do the...
Yeah, sure.
I've got some broccoli here. Tear that into florets. I was reading on Facebook, and my pal, Carol Travis,
What did she
who's
say?
the director of dietetics here at UBC, she said, people who don't like vegetables must never have tried roasting them, because they're so delicious when they're roasted. And I thought, Carol, I couldn't agree more.
I agree as well.
We'll just cut up some rutabaga. Probably don't need this whole rutabaga, so we'll just peel it. Get rid of those peels. We'll use about half of the rutabaga.
Are these sweet vegetables called sweet because of the flavor, or are they high in sugar too?
All of them have a little bit of sugar, but I think the key point to keep in mind is that they're vegetables, right? Yes, they have some sugar in them, but I'd rather have people eating rutabagas than, say, cheesecake, right? And so, yes, they do have some of that, but it's not a huge amount. I also cut up butternut squash. So I like to buy butternuts because what you can see is it's mostly flesh, right? The seed is all in the little bulb at the bottom. Of course, there's that whole phallus thing going on. It's really a lot of flesh for the price you're paying, whereas a lot of squash, when you buy them, you're actually buying quite a lot of seeds. So that's really great because you just have the seeds in the bottom part here. So I cut up some butternut squash. Jess has some red peppers. And you can add anything, right? Like you could actually add apples to that. This is a parsnip. Oh. 5 minutes. It's not quite done, so I'll cut up my onion. Take off the outer skin. This is that really nice sweet onion. Oh, it's reminding me. It's like, hey, you were supposed to pay attention.
Do you keep the skin or remove it from the butternut squash?
I remove the skin from the butternut squash.
Okay.
I think we'll give it a stir and fire it back in for a couple more minutes. We'll just put it right here.
Sure.
And we'll use these implements.
Smells really good.
It does. I've never had broiled vegetables.
I know, I don't think I
broiled
have
fruit.
either.
Well, had it at least once.
Yeah.
Many of the recipes we're making today are recipes from the class that Jess took in her dietetics course. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Quickly.
So this time I think we'll give it 4 minutes.
Okay.
It's very complex. So now, what did I do with that third? We put it over there.
Oh,
okay.
another.
Yeah. We can use the oven fries oven.
Okay.
So again, all you really need is a couple tablespoons of oil. Do you want to toss these or shall I?
Sure, I'll toss.
Okay. And how much should we be tossing those?
How much? Till they're coated. Clearly.
It's really easy. You just pour on a little dab of oil, and then once they're coated, it's kind of like Bob's your uncle. You pour them on the sheet, and we'll fire them into the oven. Fantastic. The reason that it's so nice to use the sweet vegetables is that natural little bit of sugar in them really caramelizes in the oven.
Oh, that looks good.
I know, I like the colors. It looks beautiful.
Just alternatives too to Thanksgiving vegetables, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try it.
So what's next on our list? We have roasted winter veg. So I think we're going to move on to Canada's Food Guide's grains and grain products. So now this is always, again, an interesting thing for me because when you look at traditional foods, First Nations people don't really eat a lot of grains.
That's true.
Right? And I'm actually encountering quite a number of people who are following low-carb diets and eliminating grains from their diets. And this is where I really get into that idea of glycemic index. That glycemic index is a way of telling how fast the sugar that's in foods is going to get into your blood, right? So there's all those simple little sugars, and they're just like 2 links of chain, right? You just break them apart and absorb them right away, right? And that's all your sweet tasting things, like pop. My least favorite beverage, pop, because I see too many people drinking too much of it.
Yeah.
And all of the sweet tasting things. That's really what are the the high glycemic index foods. They're just those simple sugars that are easy to break apart. Starchy foods like breads, right? White rice, those kind of things. Those are a little longer. They're like big, long chains, right? In fact, they're like big, long chains that someone's taken and tied in knots. And so that means your body has to like figure out how to break them apart. It's like if I break this link, oh well, nothing happens because it's still tied in the knot. So I'll break this link, and this link, and this link, and this link, and then it's like, oh, okay, then a little bit of carb gets into your bloodstream. Not a lot, just a little. And so I'll break some more links, and I'll break some more links, right? And it's like, oh, is this done yet? Right? So the medium glycemic index, they're like big chains. Is that stove on?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we should not put it on.
Oh, the element.
The element
I don't know why the element is on.
It's like,
That's weird.
sorry. Just a little emergency. Back to glycemic index. So we got your high glycemic index carbs. Those are just 2 little sugars bound together. Then we got your medium. Yeah.
Somebody is making a comment about Jess, your very lovely assistant, and somebody else wants to know what your opinion of quinoa is.
Quinoa.
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 Okay, quinoa.
Quinoa is a tasty grain, and we will actually be looking at recipes. We're not using it today, but we're providing recipes where it can be used. So, that's good. Oh, this dinged.
Low glycemic, high protein.
There we go.
Wow.
Where's the camera? There it is.
Oh.
So that's our broiled fruit. So you can just pour that into a bowl. Like I said, I sadly underestimated the bowl need. Just switch hands here.
So somebody made a comment about that, the quinoa.
Quinoa, yes.
They said I've just started using it, and that her kids love it. Kids and her love it.
I like it too.
Mm-hmm. And it's an excellent example of an unground grain, right? All of our flours, those are ground grains, right? And so they're all medium chains, right? They're the medium glycemic index foods because our bodies take them, and it takes us a while to break them apart, but it's not all that hard, right? Whole grains that have the bran on the outside, well, that's like we took that big long chain and we tied it in a knot, and then we took the knot and we pushed it into a bale of hay. So now your body has to sort through, is this hay or chain? Hay or chain? Okay, this is chain. Now I can break some links. Oh, I broke those links, still won't come apart. It really takes a long time, and that's why the whole unground grains are very low glycemic index. And so that's what I really encourage people to choose, is unground grains. And so that's what we've included in today's seminar.
Excellent.
We'll just move this over here too. We're going to
Okay.
type this. Oh no, we decided it goes out here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna check on those fries again. See if they're done.
Okay. I'll just set up. What's our first dish? I think it's barley pilaf.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Barley pilaf. And so what I did was I got some mushrooms. Not quite.
Oh, I love mushrooms. They're my favorite.
Well, you're in luck. So we're just going to quickly chop these up, right?
Somebody's asking, what about the pumpkin pie?
Pumpkin pie, well, it went into a cold oven. So it's going to take a little bit longer than usual. But thank you, audience, for that reminder.
Yeah, so attentive.
That's right, because I could have missed that.
How did you get so good at cutting mushrooms, Jerry?
Practice. Practice, practice, practice.
So, Carolyn is asking, is barley gluten-free?
Barley is not gluten-free. Just want to take a bit of canola oil. Oh, we didn't turn that off. That's why.
Oh. Okay.
And we'll turn that off. So we'll just let this oil heat up a little. In the meantime, will just check on that pumpkin pie.
I totally forgot about it. Too. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
and the
know.
oven is still saying, well, it says it's preheating. But it seems
That's
to
been
be
a
hot.
long time. Yeah, those fries aren't cooking very fast either. So I don't think the ovens are working that
Well,
well.
it says it's 4:45.
Yeah, mine says 450.
Over the years, we've had a few issues with ovens in this classroom. So you'll notice that I'm using cast iron fry pans, because I love cast iron fry pans. That sure, they mean that you have to add a little bit of oil, but really only a little bit, because you can see this unoil coated one is still very shiny. Right? The oil is more or less fried into it. And so really, if you have a good cast iron fry pan that you've used in many, many years, and you never wash it with soap, wash it with hot water and a good scrubber, and then you put it on the stove and heat it up to dry it out. And that's what keeps your cast iron fry pans, keeps food from sticking to them. Now our oil is all nice and hot. We're just going to put some mushrooms in there.
How do you temper a cast iron if someone accidentally used soap on it?
First, you chastise them. The question was, how do you temper a cast iron fry pan if someone has accidentally used soap on it? So yes, first you chastise them thoroughly so they will never do that again. And then what you do is, if you have a modern oven that has like a clean cycle on it, take the fry pan and grease it up really, really good with oil or with lard or peanut oil or pretty much any oil. Put it in the oven and turn it to clean, right? And just let that happen, and there will be smoke. So if you have a smoke alarm, you might want to turn it off or put a fan beside it or something, because there will be smoke. But what that's doing is mimicking old days of yore, when women would actually coat a fry pan with grease and put it in the firebox of their wood-burning stove, right? Because what you need is that really, really high heat with oil, and that's what tempers the fry pan. And you can do that a couple times in a row if you want. The more you do it, the better tempered it will be, and each time you use it, it continues to get more and more tempered. So now that the onions are cooking, I'm just going to cut up an onion. Sure.
I love that smell.
So Marietta just added, and if you do not have a self-clean oven, bake at 350 for 1 hour?
No, what I do if you don't have a self-cleaning oven is use your stove top. I grease the pan really thoroughly and heat it up on your stove top until it's absolutely smoking hot, until it's actually smoking.
Lucy's asking, can you get some iron in your diet from the cast iron pan?
Yes, you can, but you need to cook acidic foods in your cast iron cookware. So cast iron cookware can contribute a small amount of iron to your diet, but not a huge amount. And the other thing that you need to keep in mind is if you put something like tomatoes or vinegar in to food that you're cooking in a cast iron fry pan, your food will turn a little bit black. Which is good because it's showing that iron is moving into the food. But it doesn't look that pretty. Right? It's like, the spaghetti sauce looks funny.
I didn't either. Learning a lot of tips and tricks.
That just smells yummy. So we'll just add some onions to that. Going to have to move right along.
Okay.
So, what do I need here?
I don't know.
Need a pot. And into this pot, I'm going to measure 2 cups of stock. And knowing that this actually isn't 1 liter, I'm just going to top this up with a bit of water. Because we need some stock later, too. So we have 2 liters of stock, and I got some pot barley. You can buy pot or pearl. The reason that I like barley so much is that it is pretty much the highest fiber grain. I mean, I guess psyllium beats it out. But it's really very, very high in fiber. People are all interested in quinoa, and they say, oh, quinoa is high in protein and it's rich in fiber, right?
It's trendy.
It is. It's very trendy. It's very good marketing. Very, very good marketing. Because barley,
It's
also
so cheap.
so cheap, also an ancient grain, right? And it has 3 times as much protein and 12 times as much fiber as quinoa does. So it's like, barley is a real nutrition bargain.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is put that on the burner, turn it on. And what we're going to do here is cook it exactly like rice. What am I doing? Looking for this. And we're just going to add that in.
That was dangerous. I should have turned it off.
Don't miss any.
No, not one.
Just give that a little stir. And now you cook barley exactly the way you cook rice, right? And I know opinion is divided. There's the people who lift the lid and look, and there's the people who don't lift the lid. And that's an argument that's never going to be settled.
No.
It's like bannock.
Yeah.
I was telling Jessie, we were going to make bannock, and I have all these divided opinions about bannock, right? Because bannock is a post-contact food. So it's hard for me to think of it as like a traditional food, right? But I don't know, is like 12 generations traditional? When does something move to tradition, right? And then I was at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission event, and every elder that got in my little golf cart to be driven somewhere would turn to me and say, where can I get some fry bread? I was like, well, I don't think there's any for sale. And the miracle of it is that the very next day, the second day of all of the event, there was 3 different people selling fry bread. And it was 3 different kinds of fry bread, too. Actually, one of the vendors had like 5 kinds. He had it with raisins, and he had fry bread, or he had baked bannock, and that's what I was saying, is like, everybody's auntie and everybody's grandma, they all have different recipes. Some fry it, some bake it, some put raisins in, some make it more savory. So after some discussion, we decided we couldn't make bannock because someone would be unhappy. They'd be like, that's not the event. I was telling Jess, I have all these cookbooks. I have like Elders of All Nations, right? I have Our Foods, Our Stories, right? I have A Feast for All Seasons. I have Where People Feast. First Nations Healthy Choice Recipes. Right? Every single one of these cookbooks has a recipe for bannock in it. Every single recipe is different. And that includes my Simply Great Food from Dietitians of Canada has a recipe for bannock in it. So every single one has a different recipe.
Yeah. But I think they're all good. It's almost like fried bread is like pizza. Like, it can't be bad. But I think everybody does think that their grandma or their dad cooks it the best. And I think that about my sister, too. I think she makes the best fried bread.
Some of the best I had was one day we were in Pemberton, and it turned out to be like Pemberton Fall Fair.
Yeah. And
there was a woman there cooking fry bread, and she had like a camp stove, a pump-up camp stove, and a wok, and she was making fry bread, and you got it, and we had it with jam. Like her homemade jam.
I like it anyway, and it's like gold. Like, people love it. I have to beg my sister to make it every time I'm home.
We have a question about where do you get your cookbooks from? Oh,
So the Elders of All Nations cookbook and the Nourishing the Community, these two cookbooks are from the Aboriginal Diabetes Awareness, Prevention, and Teaching Program, the ADAPT program.
Yeah, you can get them at the Vancouver Native Health Society.
That's right. And same with this, the Vancouver Native Health Society Garden Project, which is actually out here at the UBC Garden. And so these are actually a fundraiser. They're $25 each, or both for $40.
I think they're cheaper too now, and they're still available.
Yeah, and they're full of excellent recipes. The one by Dolly and Annie Watts, Where People Feast, and this one, A Feast for All Seasons. These are just available at bookstores. Of course, the best place would be Barbara Jo's Books for Cooks.
Oh.
Right? But these are pretty much available anywhere. And these ones are so old that I don't know where I got them.
That one looks familiar.
Yeah. This one's from Alberta, and this one is a national one that was actually produced in Winnipeg. So I've heated up some oil here. I'm just going to turn that down, because what I did earlier was I made some cornmeal mush.
okay. I've been asked this question twice.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It must have slipped by me here. It just.
And?
How do you make bannock healthy?
Good
That's
question.
an excellent question.
Yeah.
Jess?
Well, one of my cousins, I feel like so many people don't like whole grains or whole wheat, so she kind of does a mixture of whole wheat and white, like just to slowly transition, because like you can make it all whole wheat, but it does really change the texture and the taste to where people won't really like it. But there are some good recipes in one of those cookbooks for whole wheat bannock. I like it, but I feel like it's just like most people don't really like the whole wheat bannock, so a kind of compromise is the half white, half whole wheat.
And I think that's the best bet.
Yeah.
Is it gradually moves, and then if you're a tricky mom, you can gradually add a little bit more whole wheat, a little bit more whole wheat.
Yeah. That is tricky.
Is that the kind of mom you're going to be?
I think so, yeah.
So what I did was I made cornmeal mush. And then I took the cornmeal mush and I dumped it in a cake pan so it got all flat, right? And it's cold, right? So that's a great thing to do with leftover cornmeal mush. And so, oops, that's hot. Oh. Oh, I think that means it's up to temperature.
Oh, finally!
One of our stoves is beeping.
Oh, really?
There we go. And so all you do is you give it a bit of a fry, right? I just put some olive oil in here, or you could use canola oil or peanut oil, whatever oil you have around, and you give it a fry. And so when you take cornmeal mush and you do this with it, just let it get cold and then give it a bit of a fry, guess what it's called?
What is it called?
What is it called?
Polenta?
Polenta! It's all fancy and Italian suddenly. So it's a really great way to just use up cornmeal mush. So if you have cornmeal mush hanging around, just dump it in a cake pan and then saute it. This is boiling, so I'm going to turn it down, and we're just going to let our barley cook, and it'll take about 35 minutes. Okay, let's move on. So we'll skip the kasha. Let's see. Yeah, we should skip the kasha.
Okay. We've got half an hour.
Yeah, and we have lots to do.
Okay.
So we're going to skip over the kasha, and we're going to go to, let's see, what you doing, Catherine?
It's not closing properly. Oh, that's what's going on.
And there's no help for it.
Yeah.
Okay, Selena's made a comment. That's how she transferred from regular spaghetti noodles to whole wheat for her kids. She put in half at first, then totally went to whole wheat. They didn't even seem to notice the difference.
Yeah, I feel like some people are just so set in their mind that they're not gonna like it. So that's a nice trick.
So somebody else is asking, can you bake cornmeal also, and at what temperature and time frame?
Yeah, you could do exactly what we're doing here. Just grease a cookie sheet and put these pieces of cornmeal that you've sliced, or you can use cookie cutters if you want to use fancy shapes. Put them on the cookie sheet and then put it in the oven nice and hot, about 400 degrees. And it'll take about 20 minutes. And you should probably go in and turn them. So you can see that what I've got here is a big bowl, and we moved on, Catherine. We're not at barley pilaf anymore, and we had to skip over the kasha and the tabbouleh, and we're going to have, and we already talked about bannock, so we're going to talk about dairy now. So again, the issue with dairy for a lot of First Nations people is they're lactose intolerant. And so what I like to encourage folks to do is to use fermented dairy products. And so one of those fermented dairy products is yogurt. So I'm going to show you how to make yogurt cheese, which you can use in a number of ways, right? So you take a big strainer and a big bowl, and make sure the strainer fits in the bowl. And I like to use actually a clean dishcloth, clean dish towel, and just put that into the colander. Now, if you don't have any clean dishcloths, you could use coffee filters. And if you just skip ahead to the yogurt cheese recipe, you'll see it depicted there. And so you just get some yogurt, and Balkan style is a great choice. What you really need to look for is that it's just made of milk and bacteria, that doesn't have pectin in it, it doesn't have agar, it doesn't have any of those additives. And you just dump that in. Oh, look at that. That was easy. So, just dump one of those in, and we have a great big colander, so I'll dump 2 of them in. Look at that. These ones came out fantastic. That was super easy, and that's all you do, right? Is you just put that, I cover it, so, you know, nothing gets into it, and you leave that overnight.
In the fridge or on the counter?
I leave it on the counter.
Really?
Yeah, you could leave it on the fridge. I'm not worried about bacteria growing in it because it's already got lots of bacteria in it.
Oh, okay.
Right? Ooh, fancy. Folks must think I'm very clumsy. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah. I like that. And so what happens after it's drained overnight is it becomes very, very thick. Look.
Oh.
So the great thing that you can do with yogurt is make a bunch of different things. You can make it into tzatziki, like we're going to do today. You could also make it into, I don't know,
Are there any differences
a
between
cheesecake. Right? And I've supplied a yogurt cheese cheesecake recipe, the quark cheesecake recipe, you can use yogurt cheese to make that quark cheesecake.
Michelle is asking if there's any differences between regular yogurt and Greek yogurt.
Yes, this is in effect Greek yogurt. This is exactly what they do to make Greek yogurt, is they let the whey strain out. And it thickens up. This is actually much thicker than Greek yogurt even. So that's why I call it yogurt cheese. But that's what they do. And the whey that drains out, you can actually use to make things like smoothies, or all of you moms who have bodybuilding sons and they want to buy whey powder, you can just make yogurt cheese and then make them drink that way. Like, here, I'll make it for you myself. You can just do that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take this yogurt cheese and we're going to make tzatziki. Let's see if we can use a bowl. Yes.
Did you get that oven? No.
The tray is too large.
Oh.
The tray's too big?
Too big.
Those darn trays.
That's so funny.
So now you can see exactly how thick that is. It's really, really, really thick. It's just like, say, cream cheese,
Oh yeah, totally.
right? And you can actually use it the way that you use cream cheese. It tastes a little tart, and it's not salty like cream cheese is. So if you're trying to cut your sodium, then you could use that. So now what we're going to do is Jess and I are each going to grate a cucumber.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you this one. So what we're going to do is seed these first and then grate them. So we're going to take the plastic wrap off. In fact, I'm going to do it the easy way, because you need, in order to seed the cucumber, you have to cut it in half. So now we have got these 2 half cucumbers, and you just drag your spoon along the seeds and take out all the seeds. Because all the seeds do is add water back into the tzatziki.
Is that the next recipe?
Pardon me?
Is that the next recipe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't want to make people wait 8 hours. So I made some in advance. And you take a grater and you grate a cucumber. Woo! It's always that last little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, how am I going to grate this without also grating my thumb?
Yeah, it's scary. I invited so many people to come and eat after, and now there's not going to be that much food.
Sure there will be. It'll just be slightly later.
Yeah.
Selena commented, she said, I'm excited to try some of these very healthy but simple recipes.
Yay.
I am too. Can't wait to go home and try.
So now I'm going to take our grated cucumber, and I'm just going to sprinkle in some salt and just toss it up. And we'll just let that sit for just a couple minutes, just
Okay.
1 or 2. You see that we're gradually accumulating a great deal of dirty dishes, right? This is how men cook.
What are some of the benefits of cucumbers? Michelle is asking us.
They're delicious.
That's the benefit.
And I think that's it. They're watery
I have a
and
lot of water.
yeah, it's like need to check this. And I think it's almost ready. I'm just gonna let's see. Just gonna test the pumpkin pie.
Yay.
Perfect. So all I did was I stuck this knife into it. And what do you notice?
It's clean.
The knife's still clean. That's right. Where's the other pot over there?
There's one here.
So we'll just take that pumpkin pie out of the oven.
That looks so good.
There's our pumpkin pie.
That looks real good.
You saw how challenging that was to make.
Yes. Very difficult.
Okay. The other thing that we need for our tzatziki is we need some garlic. So we'll just take a couple cloves of garlic. And we'll just peel these. Maybe you could put those on a plate.
Okay.
And we'll serve them with some tzatziki.
Okay.
So we'll just peel these 2 cloves of garlic. And then what I like to do is this. I like to smash them. Take that out of the way. Smash them with the knife. And then what I like to do is take a salt shaker and just shake a bit of salt onto them. Not a lot, just a little, because the salt acts as an abrasive. And so what you do is you just drag
Cool. I've never seen that done before.
Easier than All these little tricks are wonderful.
right?
Jerry's
And
so tricky.
so then you have garlic paste. So we'll just take that and scrape it into the tzatziki, right? Our cucumbers have been sitting with the salt, and the salt sucks some of the water out of them. So again, all you need to do is take a nice clean dish towel,
Well, there is a question on here.
yes,
They would like to know if it is true in regards to cucumbers. Cucumbers help you feel full and acts as a natural diuretic, which means less bloating and water retention? Question mark.
I don't know. They would certainly contribute to fullness because anything that you eat and chew contributes to how full you feel, right? That's one of the reasons that I really encourage parents to feed fruit instead of juice, right? Because fruit means kids eat something and then they get full and they stop. They learn, oh, my belly's full. I don't need to eat anymore. When they drink juice, because they don't chew it, they just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. And kids can drink a lot of calories as juice. And remember, juice has the same amount of sugar as pop. So that's why I really encourage people to have those chewy things. Whether or not it acts as a diuretic, well, with all that water in it,
Yeah.
I think really the best diuretic is lots of water. Everyone should be drinking enough water so that their pee is clear, at the very least once a day. So now here's my tea towel full of salty cucumber, and I just twist it, and look at all the water that runs out.
Wow.
Wow.
Such a lovely shade of green.
Yeah, because we didn't peel the cucumbers.
Yeah.
If I use field cucumbers, I peel them
Mm-hmm.
because the peel is bitter. So bitter that I can taste it. And so I like to peel those. But on these English cucumbers, the peel is very mild. So now that we've squeezed all the extra water out of that, we just add that in to our yogurt cheese. There we go. Quite the stack of detritus up here.
Yes.
The other thing that we're going to add is some mint. That worked. Really, who jammed that in there? Those kids. Some mint and some dill. Some people use mint, some people use dill.
Let's use both.
I like to use both. And so I just chop those nicely. I leave the stems and add them to the compost. And then I like to take this and chop it. I don't like it super, super fine, but it's a dip. So we just want to make sure that there's no big long strings hanging off. There we go, and that looks like a little bit much for me. I'll use, I think, about half of that. Because it's important to measure carefully.
Yes. That's what we do.
Okay, so we have all our ingredients. We have the garlic, right? We didn't have to add any salt because we added salt to the cucumbers and we added salt to the garlic. And so we just make this up and stir it. And this is what I really love the yogurt cheese, is because it stays really nice and thick.
That smells so good.
Yeah. Even I think it smells
Yeah, I love that mint.
good. So I little.
What would be some good ways of eating this? Like whole
Well,
wheat pita?
You could
Like, as a
start,
dip?
as I do, with a spoon.
Yeah. Just straight up.
And here's a way we could eat some. You can just take a little dollop here
Mm-hmm.
and put it on some polenta.
Yum.
Ooh. And then, like you said, what I actually do at home a lot is, oh, it goes up here. What I love to do at home is to eat it with Triscuits.
Oh.
And there's those new low sodium garlic Triscuits.
Yeah.
They're really good. Not that I'm like doing brand endorsement or anything. It's really like, oh my God, they're really yummy.
Okay,
with
I'll have to try it.
tzatziki.
Okay.
Just really yummy. Okay, again, given our time constraints, I don't think we have time to make our fruit smoothies.
Oh.
But, you know,
Yeah.
you take some berries, you take some yogurt, you blend it all together, and you pour it in a glass.
Yeah, that's easy.
So, you kids at home, make sure mom supervises you while you use the blender. And so, let's go on. Oh, we have a hot oven. That's good. Let's just make sure it's turned on again. We want it to bake at 400, enter.
A very difficult.
Yeah. What I want to do is,
Oh, is this the gingered salmon?
it is, we're going to move on to our final of the 4 food groups.
The best part.
And that's the meat and meat alternates group. So what I'm going to do is take 2 inches of ginger. So there we go, 2 inches of ginger. And I'm just going to peel that. I can move the bowl out of the way.
Thank you.
Someone from our audience suggests you move the bowl out of the way. And you know, if you don't quite get all the peel, that's okay. There we go. Ginger.
Mm-hmm.
Just take that and
Could you use dried ginger? No. No.
actually, dried ginger turns out really well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That dried ginger is a pretty good substitute for fresh ginger. It's not quite as like explode in your mouth, because
Yeah.
that's the great thing when you get a little piece of ginger like this and you're chewing and all of a sudden it hits the back and you go crunch and your whole mouth says ginger. Right? That's
You
why
don't get that with the dried ginger.
No, you just really don't get that with the dried. So we got our 2 inches of ginger, and we're going to take some cilantro. Looks like someone else also wedged this into the jar. Jess, maybe you want to actually fire it into that oven. Or this
That
one.
one?
Oh, no.
I don't
No, it won't fit.
Is that one on?
That one is on, and it's on at 400. And it probably preheated pretty well.
I think it pretty much is the tray that it's just not going to fit properly. But maybe that oven is different. But also, yeah, it's just not hot in here. It's probably just not
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. So we've got our 2 inches of ginger. We have our 2 tablespoons of chopped cilantro. We have 1 tablespoon of soy sauce. And we have 2 teaspoons of sesame oil.
A lot of flavor.
It is. And there's a real complexity to it. And I find you can get this sesame oil pretty much everywhere now. Like certainly in all of the bigger cities like Kamloops and Kelowna and Prince George and all of those that, you know, Overweighty Save On will have it, Safeway has it. So it's pretty widely available. Now it says 3 cloves of garlic minced. So we're going to play our same garlic trick. Power garlic. You can't get it apart. Crush those a little bit to get the skins off.
What kind of salmon are we having today, Jerry?
We're having wild Pacific sockeye.
Oh, it's my favorite.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's, again, I'm so spoiled living on the drive because we have the Daily Catch, which is a sustainable seafood place.
Mm-hmm.
So they have all kinds of really great sustainably caught food, and they're a member of the Vancouver Aquarium's Sea Choice program,
Oh, okay.
which is really, really nice to see, right? So we're doing the same thing. We're just going to put that on, just sprinkle a tiny bit of salt, and make that into a paste. Okay. So if you want to give that a stir, and I'll get the salmon out.
Okay. Oh yeah, that cilantro is strong.
And look at that.
So beautiful.
So let's just lay it in the pan here
Okay.
and just put the marinade onto it, and we'll let it sit for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So the last thing I'm going to do today is cut up a chicken for you, because I feel it's critically important for everyone to know how to cut up chickens. So I bought a chicken.
There's a few
The
comments.
sad news is that it's now cheaper to buy these roasted chickens than it is to buy raw chickens, right? You can actually get these chickens cheaper, particularly on sale. But the great news is they're still great for cutting up, right? Because all you got to do is just stand it on its head, right? You just stand it on its head. And here's a little Pope's nose or parson's nose, depending on your, denomination.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do here is on either side of the backbone, I'm just going to cut straight down on either side. And you can do this with a cooked chicken or with a raw chicken. Right? So I'm just going to cut straight down on either side of the backbone. And what that does is it cuts out the backbone. There we go. So the backbone's cut out, right? So now you got this spineless chicken. This chicken is spineless, right? And so the next thing we can do is just cut down and cut the thigh and leg away. So you just cut down between the body and the drumstick, and you've got the thigh and leg cut away. And then you can just cut straight down on the joint between the thigh and the leg. Just cut straight down, and you get the drumstick and the thigh straight down here. And there we go. You get the drumstick and the thigh. So then you have 4 pieces, right? So to break the breast in 2, there's a little piece of neck there. I just like to cut down, and you see you cut through that breastbone. And then, you want to give somebody more than just a wing, because the wing is like nothing. All right? So if you take some of the breast with the wing, so you just cut down through the breast, and that way people get a piece of the breast and the wing. So a piece of the breast and the wing. There we go. And then you have the 2 breast pieces, right? So you have 2, 4, 6, 8 pieces of chicken. You can see, really, you just cut the spine out, and that was it. The rest all comes apart really easily. The other really nice thing about these roasted chickens is you can very easily strip the meat from the bones, right? So you can just twist, and look, there's a drumstick bone, right? And you can just twist. Oh, except my hands are greasy now. Right? And so now suddenly a boneless, same with the breast pieces, right? The breast pieces, you can just run your thumb under that and all the ribs come out and there's that little piece of cartilage that runs down the center. So you just run your thumb under it and it lifts right away. Right? And so you can take these bones and you can brown them in the oven and then put them in a big stock pot and boil them and make chicken stock. So that's actually why buying these roasted chickens really makes a difference.
So somebody's asking if you have any other webinars that are taped that they can have access to. People are making lots of comments. I just can't keep up. So it's really impressed.
Not all of them are polite. So Crystal can't relay them all. No, I don't have any other webinars to tape, but there's another webinar coming up starring me.
Yay!
When's that, Catherine? Do you remember?
I have it here at the end.
Oh.
Is that babies or?
Yeah, that's nutrition for pregnancy and infancy. And it's coming up in a few
November
weeks.
5th.
November the 5th.
Yes.
So there's another webinar coming up starring me, but it won't be all cookie like this. It'll be a little bit drier with the PowerPoint and me talking. Although I'll still be as charming and eloquent and engaging.
Yay.
So I think we've basically run out of time for today. We do have just a bit more. I have a few resources to go through on the PowerPoint slides. So Crystal, if you can just gear the PowerPoint. So we have the gingered salmon fillet. That's my checklist. So you can pass by that. So Canada has physical activity guidelines, and so those are available from the Canadian Society of Exercise Physiologists, or CSEP.ca. And really what we want people to do is enjoy eating well, being active, and feeling good about yourself, right? And that's the advice from the food guide. Next slide. So accessing food and nutrition, the next 4 slides are just slides that show you gardening information and farmers market information and community kitchen information, and last but not least, the Food Banks BC website, which has a listing of all the food banks in British Columbia. So can we go like 4 slides ahead? Next one, next one, next one. Next one, and the resources. And this is just different resources like healthlinkbc.ca, which is a website where you can find information including the BC HealthLink files. Next slide. Save On Foods and Overweighty Food Group, they have supermarket nutrition tours. So people can go on a 1.5-hour tour. Have you done those?
I've done it, yeah, at Save On Foods, right?
Yeah.
It's really informative.
And then next slide is HealthLink BC will be hosting the BC Fact Sheet Generator. And the Fact Sheet Generator allows you to split a double-sided page into 4 quarters and put 4 messages on any topic, whether it's sodium reduction, sugar-sweetened beverages, feeding kids, or nutrition and breastfeeding. So that is not quite online yet, but will be up within a month or so. Next slide. Oh, and of course you can always call 811. And 811 will allow you to speak to a nurse, a dietitian, or a pharmacist. And I think that's all my slides. There's my contact information. And next slide. Thank you for joining us today. That's the clue. And so really, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your patience. You have all of the recipes, even though you didn't quite see us prepare all of them. You certainly have all of the recipes, including the delicious cheesecake recipe. And so, anything, do you guys have anything to finish off?
Yes, actually. So it seems, Gerry, that you're very, very, very popular with your assistant, Jessie. So what?
I think it's really just
There-
Jess. Always have an attractive young woman help you out when you're doing things.
So it's just the responses on the Adobe Connect have been very positive. And
Yay.
because you're doing a future sessions for moms and babies, you know, if there's a possibility, maybe if we could put together a Christmas series. There seems to be a lot of your tips that people are going to even try themselves and then teach to others.
That's
so
fantastic
I want
news.
to extend that invitation out to you. Something maybe we can work on in the future or another session
Absolutely.
down the road. It sounds very exciting. It's been a very upbeat presentation. And today with video conference, we actually had 2 communities in emergency. So we lost 2 that way, and then we lost 2 to, I can't remember, Stephen sent me a message that there was 4 other on video conference. So it's just, you know, things happen in community. So we did have more on video conference. I'm not sure, we do have a couple video conference up there still, Nishka Health, they can only hear us, but we can't see them. And I think there's another one there as well. I'm not sure if there's any questions in Chehalis or Weston.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So,
Nice carpet, Chehalis.
So we do have some upcoming learning circles. October 15th, if you want to pass on to your youth and education coordinators, we have the Chinook Indigenous Business Education Program and the UBC Certificate in Aboriginal Healthcare and Community Administration Program. They'll be presenting on the UBC Youth Circle, our Youth Learning Circle. October 16th, we have the Aboriginal Midwifery as a Career Choice with the Midwives Association of BC and some of the people here at UBC. October 30th, we have another presentation by the Aboriginal Midwifery Midwives Program of BC. November 5th, Gerry will be back. We will be in our office in the downtown for fantastic foods for babies and moms, so join us for that. November 13th, we have a Youth Circle presentation. Jessica will be joining us from YouthCo, and she will do a presentation on contraception. November 20th, we have a Healthy Eating for Wellness and for Chronic Disease Prevention and Management. So that would be the 3rd and 4th series in our health and nutrition. November 21st, we have the Provincial Health Service Authority and the Aboriginal Safe Sleep Program. November 26th, excuse me, this food smells so good, my mouth is looking watery. We have the Trauma Informed Practice with Indigenous Children. We have Natalie Clark joining us. So if you have any questions, concerns, feedback, please send us an email. You can contact either myself or our program assistants. I'm just crystal.morris@ubc.ca or Catherine Berry at ubc.ca. If you Google either of us and then just type in UBC behind us, you will actually be able to find us as well. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well. So thank you again for joining us, and that's a wrap.
Thanks a lot, Crystal.
Thank you, Gerry. Thank you, Jessie.
Thank you. I had fun.
It was great to have you. Now it looks like we get to enjoy some food.
Yay!
Yay.
Okay.
You're lucky, guys.
Yes, I wish you were here. It smells so good.
Oh, it's so lucky.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay,
That was
let's
so cool.
fire those fries into
Oh, yeah.